morning, everybody. Welcome to our 4th annual Indigenous Peoples Day celebration. My name is Scott Mertz, and I have the honor of serving as the provost of Mid-Michigan College. On behalf of our students, our staff, faculty, and our board of trustees of Mid-Michigan College, we welcome you, and we are honored to once again serve as host. Indigenous Peoples Day is not only a celebration of Native American peoples, but is a day to honor their cultures and history. It is of particular relevance to Mid-Michigan College, as our campus is located in the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe people, including our neighbors, the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. This day is particularly important as we strive to help our students and community develop global perspectives that understand and appreciate the thoughts and experiences of other cultures. This event has been a year in the making. It seems like we just had last year's event and spent all year planning for this year's event. And as a result of a genuinely collaborative effort of many people and organizations, including Mid-Michigan College, of course, the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe, Central Michigan University, the Zebewing Cultural Center, and 7th Generation Elijah L. Cultural Center. I want to thank the entire committee for their hard work in organizing this event. And why don't we give those folks a hand. In particular, she probably doesn't like the attention, but Donna Jacobson, or Donna Sinclair, who is in the back. Stand up, Donna. She really is the one that spearheads this event throughout the entire day and entire year. Honestly, she's our leader, and thank you very much for what you do. Without further ado, I'd like to get us started by introducing a distinguished guest from the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe, Teresa Peters Jackson. She currently serves as Tribal Chief of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and is completing her 3rd term on the Tribal Council. She is a lifelong resident of Mount Pleasant, the Mount Pleasant community, and continues to prioritize opportunities in collaborating with partners within our region to bring growth here locally. Please help me in welcoming Chief Peters Jackson.
Mino Gija, Bindigan, good morning, welcome. And as we start our day, I'd ask that you stand and bow your head, please, so we can start in a good way. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you in the name of our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful, blessed day. We thank you for this past year that we can come together, Lord, in the name of Jesus. Father, we pray and we ask for your blessings upon each person that's in this room and their families, Lord, that you be with them, you guide them, you keep them safe and protect them throughout the years, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Heavenly Father, we pray and we ask that you give us the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding to do your work and your will to help our community grow, help our community thrive, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father in heaven, we just pray and we ask for your continued presence in our lives, our homes, our families, our jobs, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, Father in heaven, Lord Jesus, we give you all the praise, all the honor, all the glory. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. All right. Yeah, one of our cultural things is to always start in a good way, and prayer is a good way to start the day and the event. So, Teresa Peters Jackson Nin Ojibwe Nada Minwa Makwa Nadodam Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe Da Dabandagwas Mount Pleasant, Michigan Najib Ba. I am Teresa Peters Jackson. I'm Ojibwe. I'm Bear Clan. I belong to the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. So today we're here to celebrate our culture, our heritage, and we're honored. And we thank you guys for all joining us in this event today. And I'd like to begin with telling you a few facts that happened to our peoples throughout the year since Columbus discovered us in 1492. So to begin with, Native Americans, although they were indigenous to this continent, we wasn't recognized as citizens until the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. It was enacted on June 2nd of that year. It was signed by President Calvin Coolidge, and the act was presented by Representative of New York, Homer Snyder, and that's where it gets its nickname as the Snyder Act. And although we became citizens in 1924, a majority of the states in this country did not recognize our citizenship, and a majority of them refused to let Native Americans vote in any of the state local government elections. And it wasn't until 1948 when all states finally did allow Native Americans to vote. And along with that, the voting rights, Native Americans were not even guaranteed any of their civil rights would be upheld, although they were citizens. So a group of two groups, the Pan-Indian movement and the American Indian movement, both got together and they worked in getting these civil rights recognized, and Native Americans guaranteed all the rights that non-natives deserve. So on April 11th of 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968. Then, during that time, between the Citizenship Act and the Civil Rights Act, there was this policy that the federal government created. It was the Indian Termination Era. It began in the mid-40s up into the mid-60s. The official announcement from the federal government came on August 1st of 1953, directing the Secretary of Interior to start terminating tribes in their recognition. During 1950 and 1964, approximately 109 tribes lost their federal recognition. Today, some of them's been reinstated. I'm not sure how many was allowed to be recognized by the federal government again. But the reason for this policy was their thinking would be to save monies by decreasing their trust and treaty obligations and supporting our tribes, protecting our rights. So with the termination policy, they turned all the responsibilities and the jurisdiction of Native Americans over to the state governments, which wasn't, the states weren't happy about it either, because then that made them have to provide services, and it increased their budgets, and also without being compensated through the federal government. But luckily, that era is over. So in 1992, the Indian Peoples Day was introduced in Berkeley, California by a group called the Resistance 500 Task Force. In the beginning, it was called the Day of Solidarity with Indigenous People, and they also declared the year of 1992 the Year of Indigenous People. 1992 was the 500th anniversary of Columbus, and that's why this day was chosen in lieu of Columbus Day, to change it to Indigenous Peoples Day, to recognize our culture, our belonging, that we were the first peoples that were on this continent, and that we were not discovered. We've been here. So on October 29th, Michigan's Governor Whitmer signed the state's proclamation adopting Indigenous Peoples Day in lieu of Columbus Day. On October 11th, 2021, President Biden signed the first ever presidential proclamation recognizing Indigenous people, to be celebrated on the second Monday in October. And it's not yet a federal holiday, so only 17 states renamed and replaced Columbus Day with the Indigenous Peoples Day. And then thanks to Mayor Perschbacher and the city commissioners and stuff, on October 10th of 2022 last year, the city of Mount Pleasant signed the permanent proclamation to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. So I'd like to say thank you, and on behalf of all our people and our community members, for giving us that honor and that recognition that our peoples deserve, you know. And I don't know if anybody's aware of it, but the Native American people, although we're, 1% of the United States population, we have the biggest population that serve in the armed forces today. So although our people went through all these horrors, these discrimination, all this and that, we still honor this country. We still believe in this country, and we still share everything, and it's an honor to be able to share all our culture, our lifestyle, our way of living with each and every person that's on the face of this earth. So with that being said, I'd like to tell you, Mino, Ayan, Minwa, Not Doin Disun. Be well and take care of yourself, and we hope to see you again next year. I was going to say last year. We hope to see you again next year, and once again, thank you, and it's been an honor and a privilege. I'd like to thank the Mid-Michigan Community College and everybody that's here today. And I wish you guys a blessed year. And with that being said, I'd like to introduce my sub-chief, Jennifer Wajagijik. We have Councilman David Merrill Jr. in the back. And then we have a few words from Council Member Luke Sprague. So let's give a warm welcome to Luke.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to go sit down in one of these chairs, and they got wheels at the bottom. Man, I went to go sit down, and it kept going back. I was like, man, it's really a Monday, huh? But what a awesome facility you guys have here today. Another thing I observed this morning was we had President Davies, other representatives from CMU, Mid-Michigan Community College, and also give a shout out to St. Chippewa Tribal College in the back there. Today we unite. Tomorrow they can go back to competing for enrollment. So I would like to thank you for inviting me and my colleagues to be here, as it is an honor representing our tribe and our people. Many Native American students attend institutions of higher education as a way to combat the numerous challenges that our people face. Most of us view earning our degree as a way to give back to our community and hope that we find employment within our tribes. Earning a degree, any degree from high school to college, is also important in changing the negative stereotypes and beliefs of Native American people. I never realized how big of an impact our presence could have within the classroom and how it would lead to Indian land and culture becoming an integral part of academic criteria and a focal point for class projects. So a couple experiences I had with that. During undergrad at Central, there was a couple students that, I was usually the only Native American in, most of my classes, and one of them just reached out to me a couple weeks ago. He took a year off, now he's in grad school, and he says, hey, I seen you guys have a new school and rec center being built. We would like to use that as part of our class project. and I thought that was so cool. So they met, with their project coordinators, and that's going to be their project, for the semester, and that's right on our land there. And during my graduate program, my capstone professor, she during I think it was my diversity class, we went through a whole chapter of Native Americans, and I was the only one in there. So she would actually, call me out on, some questions and stuff, and man, the whole class would look at me, approach me after class, and, I thought it was so cool. I would, just close my eyes, tell some stories, and, put on my war cap and, talk like a real tribal chief, like I knew it all. But, that's just how rare, our people are out there. I never realized, sitting down in the classroom, I would be the only Native American in most of my classes in my undergrad and graduate programs. The Post-Secondary National Policy Institute tells us that because Native Americans comprise less than 1% of both the U.S. undergraduate and graduate population, these students are often left out of post-secondary research and data reporting due to small sample size. What data is available indicates that 20% of Native Americans attain a bachelor's degree or higher, and 12% attain an associate's degree, making the case for increased inclusive annual events as demonstrated here today at Mid-Michigan Community College that promotes awareness and also collaboration within the Mount Pleasant community. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief Peters Jackson, Sub-Chief, all the Tribal Council members who are in attendance. We are very honored to host you today. If we could all please rise as we honor Indigenous Peoples Day with the song from Onion Creek and from dancer and Tribal Council member David Merrill Jr. Thank you very much to Onion Creek and to Tribal Council Member David Merrill Jr. I always find it so inspiring, and I'm sure all of you do too, as we hear such an unbelievable performance. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Mid-Michigan College President Tim Hood. President Hood began his tenure at Mid-Michigan College in July of 2020. He came to us from Highland Community College in Illinois, where he served as president and as chief academic officer just prior to that. Prior to serving in Highland, Tim was vice president of instruction and chief academic officer at Kaskaskia College in Illinois after being promoted from dean of corporate training and community education. Tim's career in higher education began as a faculty member and workforce development trainer. In these capacities, he served for 9 years at Madisonville Community College in Kentucky before accepting a faculty position at Southern Illinois University at Carbondale. President Hood holds a Bachelor of Science degree in communication with public relations specialization from Southern Illinois University and a Master of Science in organizational communication also from SIU Carbondale. Please join me in welcoming President Tim Hood.
Thank you, Dr. Mertz, and thank you to all of you for joining us for this momentous and very special day. Chief Peters Jackson, your comments were right on target, and we so appreciate sharing this space and time with you and all of those who help make this possible, our supporters, our partners for sponsoring and helping to collaborate to bring this special day. I've been at this event each year that it's been held since I've been president of this college, and I see a lot of familiar faces. I'm glad to see you back, but doesn't the room seem to get fuller each year? The word is spreading that this is well worth the time. What we're seeing and hearing and learning here with these events and more like them that we want to be part of is how much we need to know and need to respect and understand about diversity, about the land that we share, and what brings all the good things that we enjoy in Michigan to pass. On behalf, as Provost Mertz mentioned, of the entire faculty, staff, our Board of Trustees, we have 2 trustees with us here today. Thank you for being here, Nate and Tom. I'm delighted to see how many students we have here. Thank you to all of the students and your instructors for encouraging you to be here. I would like to say that at Mid-Michigan College, we want to continue to find ways to serve in concert with each of you, the many people that we share this land, space, and time with. We want to find more ways to help more people be lifelong learners. I'm delighted to welcome fellow educators. It's already been mentioned that President of CMU, Dr. Davies, is here. Thank you, and for bringing your team. Fellow educator and President of the Saginaw Chippewa Tribal College, Carla Sinaway, I know is with us, and a delegation from the Tribal College. It's an honor to serve with you. Thank you for being here. We're also delighted to have many faculty and staff here from the college. Time doesn't permit introducing each one of them, but delighted also to have our mayor, the Honorable Mayor of Mount Pleasant with us, Mayor Perschbacher. Thank you so much for being here with us. And how about that Onion Creek Drum Circle? Are they amazing? Let's give it up one more time for them. And the music and the dance that we were privileged and honored to witness here today is extraordinary. And it's one of the highlights of this event, and thank you so much for that. Governor Whitmer sends her regards, and we're delighted to have Christine Mall from her staff here with us. From the Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist's staff, Morgan Stevens is here with us. And speaking of the Lieutenant Governor, he is here with us in person. And I want to say a few words about him. But Lieutenant Governor, it is truly an honor to have you here with us today to share this very special event. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist II has dedicated his career to solving problems. An engineer by training, he uses thoughtful and fact-based practices to solve real problems and make government work better for Michigan families. As part of the Whitmer administration, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist has focused on helping Michiganders in communities across our state to realize their full economic and political potential. From co-chairing the Michigan Joint Task Force on Jail and Pretrial Incarceration, to helming the Michigan COVID-19 Task Force on Racial Disparities, to leading efforts to connect over 23,000 unserved locations in Michigan to affordable, high-speed internet. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist is committed to building a more just, equitable, prosperous, and connected Michigan where everyone can thrive. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist and his wife Ellen reside in Detroit, where they are raising their twins, Emily and Garland III, and daughter Ruby. It is a great honor and my privilege to introduce Governor Gilchrist for comments here today. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor. Chi Miigwech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. It really is a privilege to be here to recognize and celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. And I want to thank all of you for taking the time to recognize and frankly celebrate what we are blessed to have here in Michigan is a collection of cultures that are willing to collaborate, because we recognize that we are connected and we share both our struggles and our opportunities. And so, Chief, I want to thank you for your leadership and welcoming all of us here to this important event and occasion. I want to thank all of the leadership here, educational, political, and otherwise, because the truth is we all have a role to play to make sure Michigan can be its best. And Michigan can only be its best if all of our people recognize that they are here and are seen. They are here and seen. For far too long, our indigenous people here, not just in Michigan, but across our country, have been erased out of opportunity, have been designed out of a chance to advance. But we hope to make sure that that can be no longer true in the state of Michigan. That happens only when we work together. Now, today we specifically celebrate Native culture. Across our 12 tribes, or 12 federally recognized tribes here in the state of Michigan, we celebrate and recognize the difference, the diversity, and the strength of all of these cultures. We look forward, but we also look back. We look to reflect, and we look to imagine what is possible if we work together and are better connected. Know that Governor Gretchen Whitmer and I, as part of our public service, know that we have to make sure we are creating the conditions for everyone in the state of Michigan to be successful. And part of being successful is recognizing who you are and having who you are be recognized. It's hard to really have a foundation for a prosperous future if you are not grounded in your personal identity. But we seek to make sure that no one is erased from their identity in the state of Michigan. And that starts, of course, with our indigenous people. We also recognize that this requires investment. And so in the state of Michigan, just this year, for example, in our state budget that went into effect on October 1st, we have embarked upon really a groundbreaking effort here in our state to make sure we are collecting and understanding data and information about the educational participation and presence of Native American children and adults in all of our education programming at every level in the state of government. It's the first time that we are actually looking to conduct a statewide study on the devastating impacts, frankly, of our residential school system over the years, helping us right the historic wrongs that have happened here in this state and help us build a path toward healing. Later this month, the governor and I will come together with tribal representatives for the annual tribal summit here in the state of Michigan. We will connect, we will collaborate, our tribes will continue to consult every state department and agency on how they need to best be moving forward, being mindful, respectful, and responsive to the needs of our tribal members here in the state of Michigan. All that to say that today as we celebrate, we recognize that the only way we can go forward is if we go forward together. And this day is one of not only respect and recognition, but again, I think frankly of innovation and potential. The creativity that comes when we're better connected is unmatched. It's much greater than what we can do when we're alone and when we're separated. And I want to close with Chief Jackson. You mentioned something that I think is really important. You mentioned that while our Native Americans here in the United States represent less than 1% of the population, they're overrepresented more so than any other community in our military. What we have often seen is that people who are closest to the problems in our society are also those closest to the solution and the power to deliver those solutions. What we also see is that some of the people who have been most oppressed over our country's history are often the ones who are frankly the most patriotic. They are the most connected to and inspired by the promises that our collection of communities that we call a nation can offer. They believe in them with the depth that perhaps can be unmatched. So I think we need to meet that belief and meet that ambition and meet that imagination with support, resources, respect, and connectivity so we all can realize our dreams together. So thank you so much for having me here today. I thank you for all of us coming together to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day and look forward to celebrating it for many years to come. God bless.
One person got it. Thank you for. Thank you very much, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, for your inspiring words. Next up, Senator Roger Houck. He was elected to Michigan Senate in 2022 to represent the 34th Senate District, which includes Clare, Gladwin, Gratiot, Osceola, Mecosta, Isabella counties, and part of Bay, Clinton, Lake, Midland, and Saginaw counties. Prior to his election to the state Senate, Roger served as Union Township trustee, and in 2016 was elected to the Michigan House of Representatives, where he served 3 terms. Roger grew up on a beef and dairy farm and attended Beale City High School and later Central Michigan University. He worked at Delfield Company for 24 years prior to his election to the House of Representatives. Roger and his wife have 2 adult children, Stacy and Matthew, and in his free time, Roger enjoys bow hunting, fishing, riding his Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Please join me in welcoming State Senator Roger Houck.
Thank you. It's always fascinating to watch somebody follow the Lieutenant Governor. He presides over the Senate, so he is the Senate President. When he came in, they had to build like a bigger thing so it would fit him right, and they had to raise the chandelier over his head because he kept on hitting his head on the chandelier. So, as always, it's wonderful to be here. It's so great to see so many familiar faces. I've had the privilege of representing the tribe for the last 7 years. I've seen the amazing and incredible contributions that the Saginaw Indian Chippewa tribe has brought to our community, and they also help it make a special community. From the vibrant cultures to the collaborative efforts with Mid-Michigan Community College and Central Michigan Community College, the tribe has been a beacon of unity and strength. Their resilience and spirit have not only enriched the local culture, they have also set remarkable examples for all of us to follow. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who played a part in organizing this event today. Your dedication is what keeps this tradition alive. To our honored guests, we're all ears. Your dedication to the Native American community resonates with all of us, and we're eager to hear your insights. Let's take today to reflect, appreciate, and celebrate the deep-rooted history and bond we share with the Saginaw Indian Chippewa tribe community on this special day. Thank you, and let's make this day a memorable day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Houck. Next up, we have Mount Pleasant Mayor Amy Perschbacher. Amy is a lifelong Michigander. She was born and raised on the west side of the state in the small town of Cedar Springs. She has 4 adult daughters and 5, soon-to-be 6, grandchildren. She is a twice alum of Central Michigan University with a bachelor's in psychology and a master's in counseling, and she's currently working on her second master's in forensic psychology with an anticipated graduation in the spring of 2024. She is on her second term as Mount Pleasant City Commissioner and second year as the appointed mayor of Mount Pleasant. She owns Ronan Psychological Associates, which employs 19 mental health clinicians and 4 full-time office staff. She is an at-large member of the Isabella County Human Rights Committee, Isabella County Community Corrections Advisory Board, and the Isabella County Recovery Court Treatment Team. If you ask her what her passion is, she would say it's all about helping people do better and be their best possible self. Please welcome Mayor Amy Perschbacher.
Bonjour and good morning. I'm honored to be here today. Today on Indigenous People Day, we come together to show support and gratitude to the Anishinaabe. Their care for the world, their respect for others, and their partnership with all of us has truly helped everyone. We are not islands unto ourselves. We help without others who have gone before us and created the path, we would not be where we are today. We work together to create a world that is harmonious and respectful. We must see the good in others, see their truth, and respect their perspective on life, and with wisdom accept them for who they are. We are all seeking to be better in one way or another. It is so important to work together, to reach across our perspective and see our partner's side, and to be welcoming to everyone. In my profession as a mental health therapist, I must keep myself out of the room as I hear from another. I listen to the individual. I do not listen to respond. I listen with respect and with the understanding that the individual across from me has different views, experiences, and knowledge of life that I can learn from. By keeping my mind and heart open, I can gain a great understanding of their world and what their needs are. That ability does not shut off when I walk out of my office. It is something ingrained in me. When we listen to hear, we listen with honesty and humility. We listen with respect for the other. This is what we must strive for, respect and acceptance for all we meet. The Anishinaabe teach these truths. I encourage all to embrace these truths. As in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., we must live together as brothers or perish together as fools. Let us always acknowledge those around us with respect and acceptance. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for those kind words. We are, at MID, we are very appreciative and thankful for the many wonderful community representatives here with us today and honored to host you on campus. We are also honored to host our fellow partner in higher education, the president from Central Michigan University. Dr. Davies was unanimously appointed as the 15th president of Central Michigan University on September 1st, 2018 by the CMU Board of Trustees. He previously served as president of Murray State University and Eastern Oregon University. Over the course of a higher education career spanning more than 3 decades, he has also held leadership roles in university relations, alumni relations, and advancement. Dr. Davies received a Bachelor of Science degree in management from the University of Nevada, Reno. He also holds a Master of Business Administration degree in finance and marketing from the University of Oregon and a doctoral degree in higher education administration from the State University of New York at Buffalo. Additionally, he attended the prestigious Harvard Institute for Educational Management. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer appointed Dr. Davies to serve on the Michigan Workforce Development Board in 2020, with reappointment in 2023. He also serves on the boards of CMU's Medical Education Partners, Midland Business Alliance, Great Lakes Bay Regional Alliance, the Children's Foundation, and the Parade Company. Closer to campus, Dr. Davies is board chair of Central Michigan University's Research Corporation, the top smart zone in the state for job creation and companies formed. In 2021, Dr. Davies was appointed to serve as the Mid-American Conference representative on the NCAA Division I Presidential Forum and became chair of the NCAA Division I Committee on Academics. Dr. Davies and his wife, Cindy, have one daughter, Katie, who proudly graduated from CMU in May 2023. Please welcome Dr. Davies.
The other one went way up. I have to go way down. Bonjour. To the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe and Chief Jackson and to the members of the Tribal Council, thank you so much for being here. Our partnership is so viable. And to President Sinaway, the president of the Saginaw Chippewa Tribal College, again, thank you for your partnership and all things that you do. And also to the Zipping Wing Center for being here today and being a part of our community 365 days of the year, as well as the 7th Generation program. We're so honored to be here. To President Hood, to Provost Swartz, and then also specifically to Donna Sinclair, thank you for hosting this amazing event now for the 4th time, and I know that will continue to grow. On Indigenous Peoples Day, we appreciate the chance to acknowledge and to remember and to reflect on the injustice of the past. And Chief Jackson, thank you so much for the brief history lesson. I don't think people realize the struggles that have occurred ever since that we became a quote-unquote United States of America and bringing all peoples together. We need to do a much better job, and your brief history lesson of that is so very, very important. But it's also a chance to celebrate the resiliency and honor and acknowledge the achievements of the Indigenous people. Chief Jackson again mentioned the number of individuals of Indigenous people who serve in the armed forces. But there's so many other accomplishments that have been brought forward by the Indigenous people. We need to continue to remember them. This is a time to remember and to learn the history, the culture, because we do know that the more we know about people, the more that we understand their histories, their traditions, their cultures, it's easier to show respect and compassion, and again, to work with one another. And we look forward to that possibility of the future. CMU is proud of our relationship with the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe. We understand our privilege of being on your land. We understand the honor that we carry with the namesake and can always respect that moving forward. We have a very strong emphasis and will continue to seek strong partnerships with the tribe for our students, for our faculty, and our staff to offer educational and cultural programs. Just last week, we passed our new strategic plan, and within that strategic plan are very specific, very ambitious, very audacious goals to work with the Saginaw Chippewa tribe, to have a reciprocal learning opportunity, to learn, to listen, and to show that compassion, and again, by working with you on all those different aspects. And we're also looking for a broader collaboration across the Great Lakes region with indigenous people. So on behalf of Central Michigan University, it is an honor to be here today to welcome you to this outstanding opportunity to learn and to grow. Chi-miigwech.
Thank you very much, President Davies. The Elijah L. Cultural Center 7th Generation program enriches the lives of tribal community and our neighbors by promoting and perpetuating the 7th Generation philosophy through ceremonies, cultural knowledge, wisdom, and our relationship to the environment. Today, we're lucky enough to have a representative from 7th Gen here with us. I'd like to introduce Kane Andy.
Ani Buju, Gichi Ogamanimki, Nandishnikas. Hello everyone, my name is Big Chief Thunder. I'm here to represent 7th Generation Elijah Cultural Program. So 7th Generation started back in December 21st, 1993, where Milton Beaver Poacher was hired as the coordinator of the 7th Generation program. In January of 1994, we bought a farm to represent, to learn our knowledge or culture. And then from there, we proceeded to build our history and learning knowledge through our culture center. So what we do at 7th Generation, if we do workshops, bring people in to tell stories, we have leather projects, regalia making, sewing projects, sacred medicines we also grow, which would be cedar, sage, tobacco, and sweetgrass. we host sweat lodge, assistant fasting, sacred fires. We have a wood and stone projects that we can help with. Traditional hand games, lacrosse sticks and stories, drum, and then traditional shakers. And we also can teach our community members how to make our wooden baskets. These are some of our weekly events. We have our drum outs, which is singing for fun every Wednesday, 7 to 9 p.m. Summer night, which are Thursday from 5 to 8. And then we also have our wood and stone shop, which you can call in advance and schedule on how to help make a wood and stone project. And we also have our Sacred Fire lunch every other Thursday, where we're able to teach our community members our Ojibwe language and some traditional foods as well. So this is our flyer for sewing nights. On the left side, the picture is our ribbon shirt and our ribbon skirt. Our Ojibwe people wear these shirts and skirts for ceremonies and just when they're being presented or being honored. This is our flyer for our drum out. So you see we have Onion Creek here. That's been going on for many, many years. One of our culture rep, Dan, is right there in the yellow. He teaches our young Ojibwe community members the teaching of the drums and how to make a drum and just other facts that our community members would need. And then this is our wood and stone shop. As you can see, these are our traditional lacrosse sticks. We're able to make them in our wood shop. We did host a traditional lacrosse stick event a while back. And then this is one of our community members who making a drum at the moment. And at seventh generation, we have our pollinated garden and bees. So we make our own honey with our bees, and we give it out to our community members who ask. And then this is our everyone garden. Any community member can come and pick some of our sacred medicines or pick some of our vegetables that we grow that are sacred to us or just want to come and help out. And here goes one of our community members in our everyone's garden. And this is our admin. She's out in our community garden picking some of the corn. And we also have 2 fruit gardens. We have apples and pear trees. We have over about 40 to 50 trees that we grew in the past like 5 years. And here are some of our sacred medicines. We have Asema tobacco, the Mishgode Washka, which is our sage. And then here goes one of our interns, Lacey Mendoza. She's picking our sweetgrass at the moment and taking care of it. We just got it, so it's not able to harvest yet. And then here goes some of our our sage right here at the bottom. We're growing and we're harvesting. And then here goes some more sage. and then more tobacco as well. And then here we like to put our tobacco and our sage in little plastic bags so we can give out to the community members who need them when they either run out or want to smudge themselves down, whether they're in a new home or just they feel like they need a cleanse. So some of our 7th-generation events, here you see we got a traditional male dancer and a jingle dress dancer at our People's Power that we host almost every year now for the past 15, maybe 20 years. 17 years. So this is our a picture from our annual traditional powwow. It was the 17th year. As you can see, you have a traditional dancer, you have jingle dress dancer, and there's more other dancers that we have, just not shown in this picture. And here we have traditional lacrosse. So every Thursday before our annual People Powwow, we host a lacrosse night and a karaoke night. So here is some of our community members playing lacrosse. Here goes some more pictures of some of the teams and community members playing. And here goes from our 2023 baby celebration from our summer. We like to host a baby celebration twice a year, so that will be in the summer and then in the winter time, just so we can celebrate and honor our new baby coming into our lives. And then here's our 30th annual human race. We put this on so that we can have our community members healthy and stay active. And then after our annual race, we'll have a healthy dinner, which will have like berries, salads, watermelon fruit. And then here goes one of our feasts. So I believe this will be our spring feast. We just come together for a feast, and we bring someone in to teach a lesson about what is going on during the season. And we also do traditional hand games. So one of our cultural representative, Dan, he teaches our community on how to play traditional games. And then we also have storytelling, which our community members can tell stories, or we can also bring in people who know more knowledge about storytelling from our culture. And then we have a couple of different workshops. So right here, one of our cultural representative, Eric, he's teaching people, or different from his recent class, a dancing shield. He's just showing people where to sew and how to make it. And then here goes myself. I was teaching a beaded earring workshop here, and then that's me attending one of the workshops when I was about maybe in 4th or 5th grade. I was doing a cedar dream catcher. Yeah. And then here we have Tanya speaking to a young youth about storytelling and other traditional lessons. And here goes Dan again with lacrosse sticks and making them the from the tree that they went and harvest. And here goes some of our youth from our summer annual lacrosse night. And then here goes Eric painting on his dance shield that he hosted with a workshop. And then over a year ago, we were able to receive an eagle, and we were our staff was able to pick out the feathers and make sure we had the right ceremonies and the right protocol to pick our eagle feather. And then here, this one is from last year. We were harvesting or gathering maple syrup from the maple tree. So here goes some of the youth from the signal from our academy. And then here goes some more pictures here goes more pictures of our youth from the Signal Chippewa Academy. As you can see, Eric talking to them and teaching them why it's teaching them the lesson about maple syrup. And then this is where we make the maple syrup. So we gotta boil it to a certain temperature so that we can make the syrup, and so it's not as liquidy. And then here goes our wood shop. This is some of our youth from the Saginaw Chippewa Academy. I believe they were making lacrosse sticks as well. This was our 5th graders. And we got everybody. That was just a little bit about 7th generation.
Thank you, Kane. We as a community are so very privileged to have such wonderful resources that offer such a variety of programs for community members to both participate and to learn. So thank you very, very much for offering and doing what it is that you do. One of those real treasures of the local community and a point of pride is the Zebawing Center for Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways. And it is my pleasure and honor to introduce William Johnson, who is the curator and operations manager of the Zebawing Center. He is one of 2 Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe Native American Graves Protection and Reparation Act designees and has worked at the Zebawing Center for 25 years. William is the chairman of the Michigan Anishinaabe Cultural Preservation and Repatriation. Wow, I butchered that the first time. I apologize for that. Alliance, and is serving his 4th 4-year term. He also serves as the University of Michigan's Advisory Committee on Culturally Unidentifiable Human Remains under NAGPRA since 2011. William is committed to the cultural and historic preservation of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and the Great Lakes Anishinaabe. It is my pleasure to welcome William Johnson.
I've been more of a Phil Donahue kind of guy. I don't work. What do you call those things? Podium. Yeah, I don't do podiums. I've never been that way. So Nindawe Maganaduk, all my relations, Makade, Wase, Yamagunts, Nadishinakas, little black, shiny light, prismatic stone I am. Makwa and Dodame, Bear Clan I am. Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and Dow. Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, I am. Saginaw, a king, and Don Jiba. I'm from the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. Namisa Wendan Wi Medewian. I am seeking the Medewawin way of life. Nui Kwajitun de Ojibwe Moyan, Gaje Manadu Gagimin Agunan da Ojibwe Muyan. Miu Wenje Baminja Aman Ojibwe Muwin. Nui Nadamadis Nadamo Shen Gaje Manadu. Miu Eje Batajamayang Ninga Ajichege Nadamo Washen. I am praying to the Creator to give me strength to speak our language. And I do my best. So if Isabel is here and Howard is here, I'm trying. And I'm doing my best to speak the language. It makes me really happy to be here as a part of Indigenous Peoples Day. And I am the curator and the operations manager of the Zebawing Center of Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways. And I've been working for the Zebawing Center for 25 years. It's actually 25 and a half. I got my 26th anniversary coming up on May the 20th of 2024. So let's see if I can get through this. This is a Zebawing Center. This is a beautiful picture that I took of the Zebawing Center last week, a couple of weeks ago. And as you can see, it was kind of gray and not really reflective of the beauty of our culture within the Zebawing Center, because we're bright and shiny, and we advocate for the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and all Great Lakes Anishinaabe people. So having said that, we probably should honor the 12 federally recognized tribes in the state of Michigan. So let's see if we can get through that. Everybody ready? Because I know you're anxious to thrill me with your acumen in regard to Great Lakes Anishinaabe culture. So let's think of our friends and our brethren to the north, the Bay Mills Indian Community, the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians, the Hannahville Potawatomi Indian Community, the Keweenaw Bay Indian Community, the Lac Vieux Desert Band of Lake Superior Chippewa Indians, the Little River Band of Ottawa Indians, the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians, the Machi Beneshawish Band of Potawatomi, the Gun Lake Tribe, the Nottawasepi Huron Band of the Potawatomi, the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi Indians, the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. I'll give you my best Pete Townsend of the Who. The Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. And that's all 12 federally recognized tribes in the state of Michigan. And we have 2 state historic tribes, the Burt Lake Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. Oh, who's my second one? The second one, I'm missing one tribe. The Grand River Band of Ottawa Indians. Oh, thank you. Saved me. All right. Now there are 50 tribes that have Aboriginal land claims to the state of Michigan. All right, you ready for all 50? No, somebody said. All right, there are 50 tribes that have Aboriginal land claims to the state of Michigan per the various treaties, starting with the Treaty of Greenville, 1795. And that's everybody from the Absentee Shawnee tribe to the Wyandot Nation. All right. And anyways, here's Zebawing. One of the things that we just did at the Zebawing Center in preparation for our 20th anniversary as an organization of the Zebawing Center, actually, we had our road sign fixed. And we had some wonderful gentlemen from the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan help us with our road sign, and they fixed it all up, and awesome masons that are employed by the tribe that helped us fix our sign up in preparation of our 20th anniversary. And the one gentleman that I want to introduce you to is Mr. Eric Stites. He's right here in the blue. And let me tell you what, this guy has a handshake like you would not believe. It's like a vice grip. And he shook my hand and he basically crushed it. And I was thinking to myself, how am I going to do any computer work today? And he said, Willie, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. He said, but this is from my entire life of working with stone. And they call him the gripper. You know, and Eric is quite the gripper, let me tell you. And he crushed my hand, and I'm not kidding you. I would never lie. And so anyways, these wonderful gentlemen, including our very own Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan tribal citizen Nathaniel Mendoka, helped us beautify our sign for preparation for the 20th anniversary of the Zebewing Center. And of course, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about our mission we're very proud of. Zebewing Center is a distinctive treasure created to provide an enriched, diversified, and culturally relevant educational experience that promotes the society's belief that the culture, diversity, and spirit of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and other Great Lakes Anishinaabe must be recognized, perpetuated, communicated, and supported. And we're very proud of this mission statement. And you can see our little mouse pads. They're right by our phones, so that we can always, realize the true meaning of why we represent the Zebewing Center and the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. And it's a beautiful mission statement that we created many years ago. We have some awesome Zebewing Center Board of Directors, and I want to introduce you to our Madam Chairwoman, Frances Mena. She's right here. Fran, stand up. No, you gotta stand up. And Fran is just like really inspirational when we do our work together at the Zebewing Center, and we have monthly meetings at the Zebewing Center Board of Directors meetings. And we report out to our board of directors and take all the direction from them to get our work done. And they're just a bunch of amazing group of people. And we're very fortunate to have all these wonderful people guiding the business operations of the Zebewing Center. And we're just getting ready to do a 5-year strategic plan, too, coming up in November. So, Fran. Let's see if we can get this to go. So we've been reporting out to our Saginaw Chippewa Tribal Council, and what you're looking at is some wonderful folks that come to the Zebewing Center, and they help us every single year. And we have a really awesome community collaboration course that Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis help us with. A really awesome group of people. And Dr. Holly Cusack McVeigh is she's kneeling right there in the black jacket, third to the left. And Dr. Holly Cusack McVeigh has been an old friend of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan, and she was helping our Burial Grounds Committee with the preservation of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan's tribal cemeteries back in 1998 when I first came to Zebewing. And she's still a great friend, and she brings her students to come every year, and they help us with cultural resource management at the Zebewing Center and the beautification of our permanent exhibit and the installation of our changing exhibitions. And she works within the archives of the Zebewing Center, Research Center Coordinator Anita Hurd. And she does a really great job. And every year, we have all these wonderful students come and help us. And it's just a matter of providing wonderful direction for them to help us with all our projects at the Zebewing Center. And they're just great. It's a lot of work, too. And normally we do it on a weekend as well. So we have to work all week long, Monday through Friday, and then host IUPUI on the weekends. And you go home really tired. There's a lot of physical work. As our 7th generation program reported out, we had the opportunity to create a beautiful orchard that we did through the Fruit Tree Planting Foundation. Charla Riley works in the Office of Grants and Contracts, and she came to me one day and she said, you know, Willie, we really need to realize this orchard that you're hoping to have at the Zebewing Center. And I've always envisioned a beautiful orchard at the center, and so she made it happen through the Fruit Tree Planting Foundation grant. And we were able to have, 20 beautiful trees, fruit-bearing trees, and we have a lot of apples and pears and choke cherries and all kinds of wonderful fruit-bearing plants and trees that'll help us for our future. It's a really awesome opportunity to provide food sovereignty for the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan, to provide a beautiful environment for our wildlife, and to also just provide a snack when you want to just go by and pick a Honey Crisp apple off the tree. Those are my favorite, and we have these beautiful Honey Crisp apples getting ready to mature into larger trees as the years go by. So most thankful to Charla Riley within the Office of Grants and Contracts for helping us with this beautiful opportunity. So the Saginaw Chippewa Tribal Council, they have an awesome ability to always think of the employees of the tribe. And in our summer hours, we actually began a 4-10 work schedule. And this 4-10 work schedule, of course, is provided so that we'll have Fridays off and we can spend time with our families and spend less money on gas, going back and forth to work. So Tribal Council is always thinking about the employees and their well-being and their mental health. And sometimes, during the course of COVID-19, the pandemic, there was times when we would actually have to, take a mental health day and, take a little time off from work. I never did that. But the Tribal Council is always really kind with looking out for us. And it was just amazing that, there I was on a Friday looking around Walmart going, wow, this is what Walmart looks like on a Friday. Because I had no idea what that looked like before, working Monday through Friday every single day on behalf of the Zebewing Center and the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. And just so let folks know, in the year 2020, when I assumed the interim directorship for the Zebewing Center, I only had 1 day off the entire year. But that's how much we love Zebewing. Honoring, healing, and remembering. Folks may remember the Honoring, Healing, and Remembering events. We host that every year on June the 6th with all the tribal departments. It's an amazing opportunity to come together to honor the approximately 227 individuals that perished while they were attending the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School. And this is a beautiful event that we host every year. The Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan in the year 2018, we got the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School to the National Register of Historic Places as a National National Register of Historic Places National District. So our Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School buildings are going to be preserved for the future, repurposed to continue the education of the American Indian boarding school era. Our old friend Bob Christensen, he was the National Register of Historic Places coordinator. Of the 1,500 National Register of Historic Places nominations that came before him, ours rose to the very top of the heap. He said it was the #1 nomination application in his entire history, working approximately 30 years. And we knocked that one out of the ballpark on behalf of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and the Great Lakes Anishinaabe. And of course, our Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School is now to the National Register of Historic Places as a national district. There's a lot to be proud of in regard to the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School and the Honoring, Healing, and Remembering event. And each year, I even have the opportunity to honor my very own great uncle. His name was Wilson Johnson, and he perished when he was only 17 years old while he was a student of the school. And many of our family members have a family member who has attended the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School, and unfortunately they have perished while they were a student, while they were in attendance. Circle of Indigenous Arts. So Donna said, Willie, when you come and talk, I want you to talk about, you know, all kinds of stuff, you know, positive stuff and cool stuff. And I said, okay, great, we can do that. So back in the year 2000, excuse me, in the year 2000, the Zebawing Center of Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways presented for the very first time the Indigenous Peoples Art Market. And the Indigenous Peoples Art Market brought tribal artists from all over the United States of America to have a art market and juried competition. And so one of the hardest things to do is to present tribal art and attempt to have a cultural hub in a place like Mount Pleasant. Of course, the culture and art is big in the huge cities like Detroit, Grand Rapids, and elsewhere. But in our little town of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, you know, it is really a lot of hard work, you know, bringing tribal artists to come together to exhibit their artwork and to sell their artwork and to be a part of a juried competition. So every single year we do that. The event actually morphed into the Circle of Indigenous Arts, and I'm very proud of having to be the one with this distinction to say that I named that. And we affectionately call it the COIA, the Circle of Indigenous Arts. I'm going to show you some beautiful artwork here shortly. So this was our past one that we did, and I want to say we were in April. And of course, you can see the most beautiful beaded dress there by Lisa Passanal. She's just an amazing bead worker. This one actually won the best of show. And this basket that you see over here is a basket that was done by Winona Thompson of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. And she took the best in show with that example of black ash basketry. So we were just talking over here. And we were talking with Dr. Scott, and he was telling us about these baskets that he has on display here. And he said that one of those baskets was from the Cherokee tribe. And I was thinking to myself, which Cherokee tribe? There's 3 of them. So whenever somebody says that they're from the Cherokee tribe, which we often hear a lot, we have to remember there are 3 Cherokee tribes. There's the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, and the United Kiowa Band of Cherokee Indians. So when we talk about Indigenous Peoples Day, it's amazing that we have some beautiful basketry on display of the Cherokee people. And then, of course, he said, we have some Winnebago tribe up there, too. I said, Winnebago? Okay, great, the Ho-Chunk. So the Ho-Chunk Nation of Wisconsin are old friends, and we work with a gentleman by the name of Bill Quackenbush. And Bill is with an organization called the Wisconsin Intertribal Repatriation Committee. And me, as the chairman of the Michigan Anishinaabe Culture Preservation and Repatriation Alliance, work cooperatively with the Wisconsin Intertribal Repatriation Committee to repatriate ancestral human remains from the state of Wisconsin and Michigan, respectively. So it's a lot of work. So yeah, this is cool. The Zebawing Center, through the Washington State University, had a grant that was specific to a connecting communities and collections through collaborative curation. All right, say that really fast. Connecting communities and collections through collaborative curation. Washington State University grant that was specific to helping us present the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan's digital heritage through the Mukatu content management system. So this is Anita Hurd. Anita Hurd is our Zebawing Center Research Center coordinator, and she's working with the community on the Zebawing Center's Community Digital Archive, and interested folks are willing to help us formulate and formalize the policies and procedures that will govern the Mukatu project. And anybody that's willing to help us that has a beautiful interest, you know, in sharing the digital heritage of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan is more than welcome to help us. So a lot of work goes into that project too. This is a couple of Zebooing employees there. Heather Bright, that you see on the left here. She was a 12-year employee of the Zebooing Center, and she left us in, I think she left us in July of this year. And, you know, to have someone serve, you know, with every single day for 12 years, it's awesome, because she did such a wonderful job within the Zebooing Center's gift shop as a retail clerk. And but Heather actually transferred over to the purchasing department. So we don't see Heather as much. And there's myself, and there's Heather, and there's Glenna Hallowell, our sales and events coordinator, and saying goodbye to her on her final day with Zebooing. And of course, now we have our very own Jasmine Isham, Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan, tribal citizen, working with us in the Zebooing Center's gift shop. And she's doing a really good job right now. And she's a young lady and stuff, but she's showing the might of the tribal youth within the gift shop operations. She does a really great job. Community cultural teachings at the Sanilac Petroglyphs Historic State Park. The Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and the state of Michigan have one of the only co-management of a historic state park. And it's a relationship that we're very proud of. Not many state and tribal co-management of any historic state park throughout the state of or throughout the United States of America, let alone the state of Michigan. So I want to say that we're the only one in the entire Great Lakes region that co-manage the Sanilac Petroglyphs Historic State Park. And we do a really awesome job at the Sanilac Petroglyphs. And for those of us that have never been there, the Sanilac Petroglyphs is a 1,600-year-old Marshall sandstone outcrop that details the traditional beliefs of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and the Great Lakes Anishinaabe. And it's just a beautiful site to visit, sacred site, and traditional cultural property of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. And folks are always welcome to come out. And our very own Robin Spencer, who actually used to be our research center specialist, she now is a docent over in Sanilac. And so many things, wonderful things to say about the Sanilac Petroglyphs Historic State Park. And it's another traditional cultural property that's on the National Register of Historic Places. So we love the Sanilac Petroglyphs and all that they teach. Native Fest. Oh my, Native Fest is just awesome. Every year we host Native Fest and have been hosting Native Fest for so long. It's a couple of days of cultural programming that we have with Indian car bingo. Has anybody been to Indian car bingo? Anishinaabes, raise your hand if you've been to Indian car bingo. Melissa, I see you back there. Have you been to Indian car bingo? She's saying no. So maybe we'll get you over there this year coming up. So Indian car bingo was one of the first form of gaming, you know, on the reservation, Isabella Indian Reservation. And it's a real hoot to be able to host Indian car bingo. All the people play bingo from their cars in the parking lot of the Zebooing Center, and it's real entertaining. It really is, and it's a lot of fun. And this year we had to set everything up and host Indian car bingo in 90-degree weather. And let me tell you what, setting up, you know, tents and tables and chairs and public address systems and working with the Saginaw Chippewa's tribal youth to sell food for fundraising is amazing. But, you know, I almost passed out too a couple of times. I had to hang on and stuff and get some water and get my bearings back before, you know, I could contribute. But yeah, it was a really big, heavy-duty event, and a lot of hard work goes into it. And of course, we hosted music and comedy night. But what was funny about it was we had an impending storm that was coming, a gnarly thunderstorm with torrential rain that was coming. So we actually had to bug out and leave the grounds of the Zebooing Center, where we had the music and comedy night across the street at the entertainment hall. And we have a beautiful one-of-a-kind after-school program, Anishinaabe Performance Circle, that Mr. Ray Kadat, our Visitor Services representative, hosts. And the Anishinaabe Performance Circle held their graduation. And the Anishinaabe Performance Circle's tagline is dare to learn your culture and share it with others. So Mr. Ray has a big responsibility educating the next generation of culture keepers in regard to song and dance and speaking the language, and he just does a great job. All right, so we also have Comedy Slam. Comedy Slam, which is specific to sharing a funny joke or two, and the tribal community comes and shares their best joke and wins prizes as a part of the music and comedy night. And Brothers in Music is our old friends that perform music for us, and we had a live performance with Tatanka Means. So does anybody remember Russell Means, since we're talking about Indigenous People Day? Russell Means, I see somebody shaking their head. They remember Russell Means, the national spokesman for the American Indian movement. And his son was with us providing comedy, and he did a great job, really wonderful job. Do I still have time? I do? Okay. So Native Fest is great. It's a lot of fun. The Zebowing Center of Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways, one of our main responsibilities is assisting the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan and other Great Lakes Anishinaabe with the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And every year we host, we do our best to repatriate ancestral human remains from the various university museums and federal agencies. And we look like we got a mass exodus here. I'm not sure. I'm assuming the students have to work, so or go back to class. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we'll continue. So anyways, the Zebowing Center has the distinct honor to be able to assist the tribe in the Great Lakes Anishinaabe with the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And we held a repatriation ceremony on Thursday, August the 10th, where we brought home associated funerary objects from the Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology. And then we also worked with the Michigan State Police Post in Dimondale, Michigan, and the Michigan State Historic Preservation Office. And we did a really great job bringing all the ancestors and objects back home for a recommitment to the Mother Earth ceremony at the Nabakan, the tribal cemetery that's specific to our ancestors and their burial belongings. And we have another one coming up. We'll be doing the University of Michigan's Museum of Anthropological Archaeology coming up here on November the 3rd, where we're going to bring approximately 8 ancestors home and 120 associated funerary objects. So a lot of work goes together in regard to repatriation of ancestral human remains on a yearly basis. And as my little introduction identified, I'm one of 2 Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act designees for the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan, and I serve as the chairman for the Michigan Anishinaabe Culture Preservation Repatriation Alliance. I'm serving my 4th 4-year term, and I sit on the University of Michigan's Advisory Committee on Culturally Unidentifiable Human Remains under NAGPRA. So a lot of work is accomplished on behalf of the ancestors. Oh, go back. We just made a new wonderful friend from the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. He's married to one of our Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan tribal citizens, and his name is James Chippewa. And James worked with our tribal youth in regard to a painting and teaching class in regard to the medicine wheel. So we were very happy that he was able to come to Zebowing and host this beautiful event and provide all his awesome provide the kids with awesome education in regard to our traditional beliefs and painting as a part of the painting workshop. And that's actually when I was taking a break. I was in Mackinac, of all places, doing some camping. I finally took a break, but there I was, cell phoning in, texting, how's everything going, and making sure everybody was okay, even on my my little vacation. It was nice. And it was much needed rest. And Lucas, I could get used to that. I seriously could get used to being on vacation. It was nice. And then we said goodbye to 2 employees in August month, and there's Mr. Nick Bacon and Nicole Clark, and they were working as a part of the Mukatu community specialists, and I spoke to you about the connecting communities and collections through collaborative curation work that we do, and they were helping us work with the tribal community in regard to expounding more in regard to our digital heritage of the Saginaw Chippewa. So yeah, Slick Nick and Miss Cole. This is what they're commonly referred to affectionately as Slick Nick and Miss Cole. And that grant was actually through the Washington State University and Dr. Kim Christian. And she's really awesome. She's our old friend and supports Saginaw Chippewa and the Zeboing Center. I don't even know where I'm supposed to be pointing this thing. And then our active grants, of course, we reported this out to our tribal council. Right now we're working on a council and library and information resources grant in the amount of $128,000, which is specific to harvesting the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School student records and case files. And we're working with the National Archives and Records Administration to bring all those records home to the Zeboing Center so that we can share them with family members and descendants of the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School. National Park Service Tribal Historic Preservation Office grant in the amount of $117,000. That grant actually helps us with our Tribal Historic Preservation Office. And Marcella Haddon, Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan tribal citizen, is our Saginaw Chippewa Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, and that guides her annual anticipated activities work plan during the course of the entire year. So she does a really great job. National Park Service Tribal Heritage Grant is specific to a engineering study and a historical archaeological analysis, architectural analysis, of the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School. So that grant is coming up where we have to get our wheels turning in regard to the structural reports and the architectural reports of the Mount Pleasant Indian Industrial Boarding School for future preservation. A lot of work there. The National Park Service Historic Preservation Fund to Underrepresented Communities grant, which is specific to getting the Assiniwaka'agan, the stone house, house to the National Register of Historic Places. And I see somebody over there on her cell phone that knows about the Assiniwaka'agan project. Raise your hand, please. All right. All right. So, anyways, yeah, we're right in the middle of a grant extension to get the Assiniwaka'agan project to the home to the National Register of Historic Places. So we're almost done with that grant. Mount Pleasant Area Community Foundation grant. We had $25,000 to help the Zeboing Center with its business operations, which we're very proud of. And we were able to use portions of that for the Anishinaabe Performance Circle, the Circle of Indigenous Arts, and the daily operations of the Zeboing Center. NAFPO, Protecting Native Places Fund number 1. That grant was specific to creating a land acknowledgement plaque, National Register of Historic Preservation, National Register of Historic Places plaque, and then also a educational signage, a kiosk at the Mount Pleasant, at the Sanilac Petroglyphs. So we're almost done with that one. And then we have a new NAFPO Protecting Native Places Fund number 2, which is specific to creating a ceremonial teaching lodge at the Sanilac Petroglyphs Historic State Park. And we'll be able to host traditional ceremonies within that ceremonial teaching lodge, and then also be able to educate the non-native community in regard to our traditional beliefs and way of life. And of course, the U.S. Department of Treasury, that's another new one, $167,504 that will assist us with updating the Zeboing Center of Anishinaabe Culture and Lifeways environmental control system, which we're very happy with. Our building is almost 20 years old, and of course, equipment, fails as the building gets older. So this opportunity will allow us to update the environmental controls at the Zeboing Center and allow our central plant from across the street at the Soaring Eagle communicate, and they can troubleshoot from across the street versus having to come to Zeboing to do that. Let's see. Oh, so many things coming up. As you can see, our fiscal year first quarter events, Performance Circle has started. The Indigenous Peoples Day fashion show is this evening at the Zeba Wing Center from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And we have Eagle Feather Cleansing, Honoring, and Feasting coming up here in October. In November, the Spirit Feast, we flip-flop with the 7th Generation program. So 7th Generation is hosting the Spirit Feast this year. We always have collection showings at Zeba Wing where we show beautiful objects within the Zeba Wing Center's permanent collections. And we're going to have that in November. And then, of course, for Veterans Day, we love to treat our veterans and their families real nice and have free admission for folks. And then in December, we're going to have our annual appreciation and membership dinner. And, of course, the Anishinaabe Santa will make an appearance at Zeba Wing Center, which I'm looking very forward to because I believe in Anishinaabe Santa, and hopefully they'll leave me something good this year. I'm serious. And, of course, that's a chimagwetch to everybody. I sent Donna an updated PowerPoint, and this PowerPoint was actually the old one that I sent. And one of the things that the updated PowerPoint had was an image of me and Ogama Kikatu in Bay City, Michigan, where he is buried. And of course, for those of us that may remember Ogama Kikatu, he signed the Treaty of 1819, the Treaty of 1819 Saginaw, on behalf of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. And he was very against selling the land away to the U.S. federal government. So he's buried in Bay City, Michigan. They have a boulder erected to him in Roosevelt Park, which is just blocks away from where I grew up and was born in Bay City, Michigan. And, his presence is always with me when I do these big events because I go to his gravesite and I offer Sema and I thank him for being a Gitchada on behalf of the people. And so he was 21 years old when, President Thomas Jefferson gifted him with a colonel's jacket of the Revolutionary War, and he gifted him with an Indian Peace and Friendship Medal. And he was only 25 years old when he signed the Treaty of 1819. He was elected the principal chief and speaker of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. And he said these words many years ago, and they resound in my heart because like Honorable Chief Jackson, she mentioned to us that she was Bear Clan. And I'm Bear Clan, Makwa and Dodame. And I've always thought of myself as a protector of the people. And I have a funny feeling that Ogama Kikatu may have been Bear Clan as well. And when he was speaking to Michigan Territorial Governor Lewis Cass in 1819, he said, "You do not know our wishes. Our people wonder what has brought you so far from your homes. Your young men have invited us to come and light the council fire. We are here to smoke the pipe of peace and not to sell our lands. Our American father wants them. Our English father treats us better. He has never asked for them. You trespass upon our hunting grounds, and you flock to our shores. Our waters grow warm, and our lands melt away like a cake of ice. Our possessions grow smaller and smaller. The warm wave of the white man rolls in upon us and melts us away. Our women reproach us. Our children want homes. Shall we sell from under them the spot where they spread their blankets? We have not called you here." And that's just an amazingly beautiful speech that Ogama Kikatu gave to Michigan Territorial Governor Lewis Cass. and his words resound in my heart. It's a beautiful, beautiful way he so eloquently stuck up for our people. And so I visit him often. And I offer Sema, and I thank him for his diligence and thinking of the next 7 generations. So with that, I say, Miu, that is it.
Thank you very much, Willie, for that amazing presentation. The Zeboing Center, if you haven't had a chance to visit it, it really is a treasure, as the first PowerPoint slide had suggested. So I would highly encourage you to take some time out and visit that location. It is a wonderful, wonderful resource for our community. Next, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Melissa Isaac. This is a pretty long bio, so forgive me for a few minutes, and humor me for a few minutes as I read through this. Melissa is a dedicated member of the Saginaw Chippewa tribe and is a prominent figure in the field of education and a champion for Indigenous communities. With a profound commitment to fostering resilience and strengthening relationships within communities, Melissa has made significant contributions to the world of education and beyond. Her journey as an advocate for education and community building is rooted in her deep connection to the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe. Her role as Gigokwe, meaning chair or leader in the Ojibwe language of the Tribal Educators Confederation, exemplifies her dedication to promoting educational initiatives within tribal communities. Currently serving as a key figure at the Michigan Department of Education, Melissa leads the Indigenous Education Initiative, a crucial program that aims to enhance educational opportunities for Indigenous students. Her prior leadership as the head of the Confederation of Michigan Tribal Education Directors underscores her commitment to advancing educational resources for Native American communities. Under her guidance, the Confederation recently developed a Native Resource Guide for the State Department. Melissa's passion for Indigenous education is evident in her advocacy efforts. During National Native American Heritage Month, she emphasized the importance of educating Michigan students and educators about the original people of the land. She believes that it is not only the role of K-12 education to achieve this, but also the ethical responsibility of educators to understand the land they inhabit. Melissa's doctoral pursuits at Central Michigan University and her involvement on the board of the Michigan College Access Network highlight her dedication to advancing educational opportunities for all. Melissa's impact extends beyond traditional education. As an elementary school teacher at Saginaw Chippewa Academy, she recognized the need for mental health support amongst her students and their families. And her dedication led to the successful acquisition of Project AWARE grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which she used to expand medical health services for children, or mental health services for children, not only at the Saginaw Chippewa, but also in 2 public school districts with particular focus on Native American children. Melissa's work in the realm of mental health is a testament to her commitment to holistic community well-being. Her contributions have not gone unnoticed on a national level. She had the honor of attending the State of the Union as a guest of First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. Additionally, her involvement in a listening session on youth mental health with the First Lady and the U.S. Surgeon General showcased her dedication to the well-being of young people in Indigenous communities. Melissa's tireless efforts and leadership continue to make a significant impact on Indigenous education, mental health support, and community building. She stands as a role model and advocate for those striving to create positive change in their communities. Please join me in welcoming Melissa Isaac.
Minogish up, everybody. Minogish good? What time is it? Almost good afternoon. Wow, whoever wrote that made me sound really fancy. Like, I didn't turn in a bio, sorry, Donna, but yeah, I was like, wow, that makes me sound really fancy, and I see that we have a few of the fancy people left, and for those of you that have been sitting here this whole time from the start, I appreciate you. It's tough, and especially when you're bumped up right before lunch. We're not going to keep you longer than than we need to. But to get us started in a good way, I have asked my husband, Nathan Isaac, to come up and we want to open up with song. And you're lucky because I don't really sing in front of people. But hopefully it'll be good medicine for you as we go through the song. And so he's going to explain it a little bit.
Abaju Kanawia, Nod Magas with Indigenous Mashika and Odem. My English name is Nathan Isaac, Turtle Clan. And the song we chose to share with you guys today is a thank you song. And it just says thank you to each of the 4 directions. And this song, there's actually a little short story to it, but my grandfather mentioned a song that he heard when he was in residential school. And he was really surprised to hear this song because it was a song he didn't know other people knew. And it was a song that his grandfather actually composed and would sing. And I spent lots of time with my grandfather, but he recently passed, and I never got to ask him, how did that song go? So what I did was I took our sacred medicine of a sema, and I put it down, and this is the song that came.
before I get into what I have prepared today, I would also like to start us off in a good way. I know Chief Peters Jackson, she shared a prayer, and I would also like to share one in our language. So I ask if you're a prayerful person that you pray in your own way, and if you don't, that you listen to the enunciation of our language, as you probably haven't heard or had an opportunity to hear it that way. Wabzikwe dijnakas nami dodem chimigwech gijamnado nokumesak nimishomsak kinegego gamijang minwa nagoding gigijak gizis gibenabid chimigwech gimajang manda sabimadzwin widok wishnang ji namyang gawek ji bimosiang mio. All right, we started with song, we started with prayer. It's going to be awesome. Minnow Anishinaabe Gijagad, Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. It's a great day to celebrate our indigeneity. And miigwech for bringing your good medicine today and for being here when you could be somewhere else. You decided to join us today, so I'm thankful for that. Wabzikwe dijnakas name dodem sagana chipwa kien donjaba gijwasod and dondangshe. My Anishinaabe name is Swan Woman. I am Sturgeon Clan. I'm a citizen of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe of what we now know as Michigan. My role is Gijwasad, which roughly translates to protector of the young in our Anishinaabe language. I take that role very seriously, and it would be a lost opportunity if we did not dig into that a little deeper today. A lot of the Indigenous relatives that we saw come up or heard come up today shared with you their Anishinaabe names and their clans, and so there's so much meaning. We're not going to get into it all today because we'd be here till next week or longer. And my Anishinaabe identity is crucial to the work that I do today. My name, my clan, the place I originated from, my ancestors, my helpers, and Gijamnado have led me to this place, this day, this moment, with all of you. And your journey, your path, whatever it is that's driving you, brought you here in this moment with me. And so we are now in a relationship. We are building connections, and in order to do that, we have to get to know each other a little bit better. And this isn't going to be one-sided, because relationships are never one-sided, right? It takes two people to engage in communication and things like that. So I think that it's fitting to take that's a fitting direction to take our conversation today. But I want to acknowledge Francis Mena and Donna Sinclair and all those involved in making today possible. And I'm going to call her Franny from now on, because that's how I know her. So Franny. So when I got a message from Franny, and I believe it was through LinkedIn, I got really excited. I thought it would be a great opportunity to reconnect with Mid-Michigan College. I'm an alumna of this institution. Yay! I graduated in 2003 with my associates in arts and education, and my concentration at that time was elementary education. And actually, this year, it's been 20 years since I graduated from what was then Mid-Michigan Community College. So a lot has changed, but I am forever grateful to this institution for their support in equipping me with a solid foundation I needed to excel in my post-secondary years. So we fast forward 20 years, and I am in my final 2 classes of the Educational Doctorate Program at Central Michigan University. So my concentration is K-12 leadership, and I know that sounds exciting because you guys all clapped and cheered, but I still have a whole dissertation to write. Or as one professor put it, the longest book report of your life, emphasis on the longest. So before I begin, I need to know who I'm talking to. So my question for you, and you can just raise your hands, however, shout, stand up, do a cartwheel, whatever you want to do. How many of you are current students at Mid-Michigan College? All right, so are you getting extra credit for being here? No, some of you credit, nothing. All right, well, good for you. Way to be. How many of you are former students of Mid-Michigan College? Ooh, more hands, yeah. All right. How many of you work in some capacity at Mid-Michigan College? All right, look at that, even more hands. What else do I want to know? How many of you like pumpkin spice? No, I'm just kidding. I saw some hands going up. I love it. And then, more importantly, how many of you identify as Indigenous people? Woo! That's right there. Put those hands up high. Be proud of that. All right. Yeah. Miigwech. All right, so we're going to circle back to my Anishinaabe introduction and all of those teachings and that information that I said we can learn from. And I have to have notes. I don't usually stand here, but I will go in a million different directions, and I'll be like, what was I talking? What was the point of all of that? So we're going to circle back, and I'm going to try to stick to my notes here. There's 4 sentences in my introduction, and it's jam-packed with cultural teachings. And there is a point to all of that explanation because I'm going to tie it together because we're going to also visit contributions of the past that remain today. We're going to talk about contributions now and then going into the future. So bear with these stories because I don't know any other way to present. Willie did a really good job. He's like one of my favorite storytellers. Very clear voice, makes us laugh, puts us at ease. And so all of those stories are going to be intertwined here. And it's also one of our ways of being and knowing is storytelling. So when I do my best to describe and articulate the sacred information, because it is sacred information, in a non-Indigenous context, it is going to lose some of its meaning. But we're going to do the best that we can because I am also an Anishinaabe learner, as are a lot of my relatives here, by no fault of our own. There we go. Miigwech, Kirk. Appreciate you. All right, so that first sentence, Wabzikwe Indigenous. My Anishinaabe name, roughly translated into English, is Swan Woman. So I received my name not until I was in my 30s. And that is a big piece of your identity to be missing for so long. By then, I was already a mother and an educator. But this is my most original name. This is how Gijemnado and my ancestors know me. And the name was revealed to me through ceremony. There were things I had to do, but I'm not going to go into that because I'd be giving away too much, too sacred. I thought it was a pretty name. So you see swans, right, out in wilderness. They're beautiful, they're graceful, they're calm and refined until they're not. Swans are, and I had to Google this just to see if they had any fancy words for this, but swans are highly aggressive about defending their young. Same swans, same. It seemed like when I learned my name, I started to see them everywhere, driving by lakes, in fields, but the closest encounter I had to them is when I was enjoying some lake time with my family on a pontoon, and there was a family of swans majestically swimming towards us. And my husband's got a smirk on his face because he knows where this story's going. So there were 2 adults and maybe 4 or 5 babies. And I was completely in awe. In my Indigenous mind, they knew we had a connection, right? Like they're just gonna swim to me and it's gonna be like a Snow White moment and we're gonna like have this meaningful connection. And my heart was beating so fast from excitement. So I did what any other reasonable person would do. I pulled out my phone and I started to record them coming toward me. And as they got closer, realized the adult swan was not there to connect with me like I was hoping. It was there to protect its babies. And my husband, calmly but firmly, was like, everyone sit and look away. Because it was like on the move. So we all sat still and looked away, and the swan family proceeded to swim past our pontoon. But it was like scary, like very scary. And every time I would look in the direction, it would start to turn toward me. It would pivot toward me. So I kind of like, I had to shield my eyes from it. So all the while they were swimming by, the adults are keeping a close eye on those babies. So this was a powerful learning moment for me. The Wabsi and I did connect. Not the way I thought, but we did connect. It was there to share a lesson with me about me. My Anishinaabe name was predetermined before I was born. What I didn't realize is that my whole life I have fiercely protected myself, my siblings, and young relatives from anybody that even looks at us sideways. You can ask my friends, I'm the one in the restaurant where if somebody does you wrong, you're not going to speak for yourself. I'm like, no, you shouldn't be treated like that, and I speak up for them. And so I continue this work in my personal life as a matriarch. I'm a daughter, a sister, a mother, an auntie to all. And in my professional role as an educator, as a culture and language teacher, an academic teacher, a building administrator, education director, and a school board member, all of those require you to fiercely protect the young. And we'll get into more of that later. The next sentence, Named Dodem, I am Sturgeon Clan. So not long after I received my Anishinaabe name, I learned my clan. So again, a large piece of my identity was missing for a very long time. Anishinaabe are patrilineal people. We follow the clans of our fathers. My dad was born in Mexico. We descend from the Aztecs, and Aztec societies did have clans, but our family history is not known to us at this time. I asked my 92-year-old grandpa if he remembers anything about us and our family, and as far as clans are concerned, and it was already lost by then. So I had to go into ceremony again to find out which Anishinaabe clan my siblings and I would be adopted into, because our clans did adopt, I say members, it sounds like a club, it's not, but individuals into our clans. And so this information wouldn't be good, this story wouldn't be good if there wasn't a tiny bit of humor involved in it. So again, I went into ceremony, and I knew that a foundational piece of my identity would be revealed through that ceremony. I knew knowing my clan would help me see the world differently. It would give me a sense of purpose and increase my sense of self. Those are very powerful tools for resilience, which is why always, any Anishinaabe person, whether it's been taken from you, it's not your fault. Whether you aren't sure how to go about it, that is not your fault. But I invite you and embrace you to learn that about yourself, because you will see the world different and you will make sense, and that will foster your resiliency. And through this process, I received healing I didn't really know I needed. It was like a burden was lifted when I found out my clan and my Anishinaabe name. So I'm sitting there in ceremony, again, not gonna say too many of those details, but I'm watching and I'm listening and I'm looking at the person who's gonna, I know he's the one who's gonna tell me my name. So I'm watching his face, his eyes are closed, and felt like forever. And then the ceremony ended. And the knowledge keeper was kind of almost smirking, kind of smiling, and almost laughing. And he says, "We have ancient clans. I saw water ripples and a fishtail. And I thought you were part of the Mer people clan, and I've never met one before." And excited, I'm like a mermaid? And he proceeds to say, "Yes, like a mermaid, but you're not. You're a sturgeon." In my head, I'm like the giant dinosaur fish. And anybody who knows me, in my face, it cannot tell a lie, no matter how hard I try. I felt the disappointment on my face. And he saw it too, because immediately he says, no, sturgeon is good too, and proceeds to tell me what it means and what my roles and responsibilities are. Well, I'm relieved to tell you that it is indeed good to be part of the sturgeon clan. My presence Do you guys know what sturgeon are? Like the big, like fish? They can be humongous. So what he told me, without knowing what I do or anything like that, but he told me that my presence is big. And sometimes that's good and sometimes it's intimidating. But that's not how you want to be perceived. That's just your presence. Our ancestors refer to sturgeon as big or great fish. And they kind of equate it to a king, like a kingfish, but that's a colonized concept, and I was not comfortable with that. So big or great in our language is beyond being a king or a queen or anything of that nature. And so often smaller injured fish will hide near sturgeon as protection because their presence is big and it's protection. And although the sturgeon cannot heal the injured or vulnerable fish, they offer protection and shelter while they heal themselves. This was evident during my time as the education director for my tribe. And integrating in the physical environment of the school, our students could see themselves reflected in the walls of their classrooms. We indigenized the curriculum. Our students learned about their ancestors and ways of being and knowing, and the strength and beauty of their tribal community. We indigenized the behavior management system, replacing punitive and shameful practices with indigenous restorative practices. The tribal school is a gem. I love it. My heart is there, and it fosters a sense of belonging, utilizes culturally informed pedagogies, and privileges indigenous knowledge systems, and our kids are thriving because of that. So I'm forever grateful to the Saginaw Chippewa Academy, the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe, for continuing to support such a beautiful school. The next sentence of my introduction, Saginaw Chippewa Aki Ndonjaba. What it directly translates to is I live on the land of the Saginaw Chippewa. And the way that I use that when I'm introducing myself is I'm an enrolled citizen of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan. So my ancestors have lived on this land, the land that we're seated on, the land that we live, work, and play. They have lived there since time immemorial. I am the mother of Big Son, Grayson, Gimiwan, and Valerie. I am the wife of Nathan Isaac. I am the big sister of Maya, Big Eye, Ileana, Jose, Miguel, and Marisol. I am the niece of 5 aunties and 8 uncles. I am cousin to many. I lost track. I really was going to try to give you an idea, but too many. I am the daughter of Juan Montoya and Faith Carmona Pigo, who is here to support me, and I love her for that. Yay, Mom! If you think I'm fierce, look out for that one. I am the granddaughter of the late Inez Montoya and my last living grandparent, Socorro Montoya, my grandma. She's the last one. So if you have your grandparents, cherish them because it happens fast. I am also granddaughter to the late James, Buddy, and Grace Pigo. And if we continued further back through the generations, we could see that I descend directly from Chief Leopold Pokagon, from what is now known as the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi, located in the southwestern part of what is now known as Michigan. And he was one of the only Potawatomi tribes to negotiate. So he was a very eloquent speaker, a negotiator, and kept his people on their original lands. And so, pretty cool guy. And if we went back a little further, I am the 8 times granddaughter of the great war chief Obwandiuk, more commonly known as Chief Pontiac. So I have a firm foundation, cultural foundation, and I know that's why I've been able to do all of those things you heard in that introduction because of that. And the last sentence, Gijwasod Endonangshe, I work as a protector of the young. And if you noticed, I left out my role as an auntie when I was talking about being a mother, a daughter, and those things. Because when describing our familial ties, auntie there's a different context for it. This was intentional because the title of auntie extends beyond biological relatives It's an honorable title. It's a responsibility to all of our young people. As aunties, we extend our love and energy to all of the youth, whether they're biologically tied to you or not. It doesn't matter if we have disagreements between the grown-ups in our lives. We will come together for the sake of our children and nieces and nephews. We're nurturing, but aunties are fierce. Which leads me into the story about addressing trauma and fostering resilience. And Project Aware was a milestone in offering a culturally relevant education to our students. And so I actually am going to walk around the mic because it's kind of an emotional story, so I'm going to apologize for that right now. And then I'll get back to my notes. But if I start veering off somewhere else, you guys got to reel me in, okay? Back when I was a education director, we saw a series of student behaviors that were very, very tough. And we had a lot of educator burnout, and our culture and language team were on the scene all the time trying to help us manage what was manifesting in our classrooms. This all started during my first year of teaching. I taught second graders, and there was probably maybe 10 of them or so. Small class size, but we all knew each other. We were all relatives. We all came from the same community, and during that first year, it was tough. It was really tough because the things that they don't teach you in teacher prep programs, the things that you don't really know how to manage, you tap into your those matriarchal, those mom kind of, there's no handbook, right? You just do the best you can. And so, we tapped into that. And during that first year, I had a young relative who had a parent pass away. And again, there's a lot of relatives in here, so I'm not going to get into details. But the kids all knew, even at that age, and they were kind of whispering around about it. And so me and the paraprofessional in the classroom were like, okay, let's just have a conversation with these young people because they know. And so we briefly talked about it and said, this is the way this student could be when they come back. They could be angry at the world. You might hear things coming out of their mouth that you've never heard before, but me and the grown-up are going to take care of that. This student could be sad and not be able to stop crying. Me and the grown-up, we're going to take care of that. This student could act like nothing happened and just seem normal. This student could shut down completely and not want to talk to anybody. And the grown-ups will take care of that. The one thing that we're not going to do is ask them what happened. It was a very, very traumatizing, tragic situation. But the kids knew, and having that conversation with them, the student comes back, and they were angry. Angry. And we heard words coming out of a second grader's mouth that, me and the adult would go and, talk to them. But the problem with that was it was difficult to call the grown-up that was left because they were struggling with the loss as well. So we took turns dealing with and managing the behaviors. We take turns crying in the closet because it was so heavy. And sometimes we would have to take the student into a different room and cradle them like a baby. And so we were taking turns on one particularly hard day. And that was the day that this student begged me to bring their parent back. Whew. Still gets tough talking about it. But that was my first experience with, they do not teach you how to handle this in classrooms. I know my teacher prep program did the best they could, but we never talked about trauma. None of that. And so we continued through the school year, and there was another loss. And that one was difficult too. This student had a very different reaction, like nothing happened, which to me was more worrisome than the child that was letting out their emotions, even if it was explosive behavior. And so we managed that. We got through that together. And then I questioned, am I supposed to be an educator? Like, how do people know how to handle this? So that was one thing. We got through it. And I wondered, like, is this normal? Like, why are we normalizing this? So fast forward a few years, and I start to understand that we are not equipped as educators at that time to know how to do and manage and take care of ourselves in the classroom. And then I noticed, because I was barely had my head above water, right? When you're a first year teacher, you're like, help, you're barely getting through there. So then I started to understand, because those traumas, when those community members left, went back to the spirit world, there was a shock wave through our school, tiny school. Those people were people's aunties, their uncles, their neighbors, their brothers, their sisters. So that every classroom was having to try to do the best that they can. And we had so much turnover with our principalship because that landed squarely on the shoulders of the administrator. And so we identified that and we knew that. And so I made the decision, because I thought I was going to be a generational classroom teacher. I thought I would have grandkids and your parents and that I was going to be that teacher. But I made the move to administration to figure out how to help. And so an opportunity came up and I moved to education administration. And so I'm looking at funding streams and doing all the things that administrators do, only seeing how their hands are tied. So as a teacher, we're like, why aren't they spending more money on this or that? Trust me, I thought that too until I got on administration and realized actually how strapped your hands are. And so going through that, but when I moved to be not the principal, so I went from classroom, almost like a central office, that's the parody of it. Anytime there was a turnover of the principal, then it was me. So I was going back and forth every time we went through a principal. And so I knew there was something we had to do. And so early on in my career, I said, what can we do to help? I don't know exactly what the problem is. And I was told, they cared, but you don't want to label our kids any more than are already labeled. Don't, just do the best you can. Because of those systemic barriers and challenges that are put in front of us, this was an additional layer from their perspective. Like, oh yeah, we don't want to do that, okay. So we continue on doing the best we can. Well, there was a reason. I said, we have all these ancestors and all these protectors watching over, and there was a reason why I had to sit in the principalship chair when I did. And it was because I could see a bird's eye view firsthand of how the staff, it was beyond the classroom, right? Just my classroom. It was the whole school. And I could see. And so finally, because we didn't even have a school counselor then, so finally, I know what happened. Our fifth grade class at the time, 5 of their fathers, their male figures in their life, passed away in one school year of various reasons. And that was even higher shock waves than the things I had seen up until that point. And I said, we need help. That's it, we need help. And so I reached out to our local behavioral health, the tribe has behavioral health, and called somebody in and said, what do I do? I'm not a mental health professional. I don't have that background. Can you help us? And so before we knew what adverse child experiences were, she said, what are the things that you're seeing? What are the traumas that you're seeing? Let's map those out and see roughly what percentage of this school is being impacted by these. So we did that. We know our community. We talked to the teachers. What do you know about your students? Not what have you heard, because that's different. What do you know? And so these were a list of known traumas. And at that time, about 83% of our students had experienced one or more of those known traumas. And 9%, or maybe it was 7%, it's been a while, had experienced all of the things that we had listed. That's almost double digits. And our young people, they were suffering. And so I reached out to my administrator and sat the graph in front of, even though he didn't tell me not to, but I did against the advice that I got. And I sat in front of him, I said, we need help. And I don't know what that is, but we need help. And he was really quiet, which was surprising to me. He didn't offer any advice. He didn't have a reaction. He just kind of was, acknowledged it and then went on his way. But I was in survival mode, y'all, and I was like, we are still going to do the best that we can, and our teachers are going to do the best that we can, and our culture and language teachers are going to do the best that we can. And so he called me the very next day, and he apologized for his lack of response. He was so shocked and so impacted by it, he was speechless. He's like, I lost sleep over this last night. He's like, Melissa, you guys are in crisis. And then the floodgates opened because I felt so validated. I'm like, yes, we are. We're in crisis. And, we need help. And, so he said, I know throwing money at it isn't going to resolve the problem. He said, but let's call in our grants team, gifted grants team, and see what we can do. And so we called in the grants team, showed them our data, refined the data a little bit, and then we started applying for grants. But more than once, we got the door shut on us. And I'm like, why isn't this important to the Kellogg Foundation and all these other foundations that we're, and it's not that it wasn't important. I don't want to, sorry, Kellogg Foundation, if you're listening. It wasn't that. It's just their priorities were different. And so, I put faith in my ancestors and my helpers, in our prayers and our songs, because I did that almost every day for our kids, hoping that something would reveal itself to us. Well, then the grants team's like, hey, there's this 5-year, $9 million opportunity, and you need to bring on Mount Pleasant Public Schools and Shepherd Public Schools for it to work. There's a legacy history there between the tribe and school districts, between any tribe and a lot of school districts, and they're not positive. And that's rooted in that building that's across the way here, the boarding school. And so we had been working for a long time, and it was an awkward dance, right? We talked to each other, and we didn't really know how to communicate, but we stayed persistent. We stayed persistent and said this relationship has to work, not just for the benefit of Indigenous students, but for the benefit of all students, because this isn't just an Indigenous problem. This isn't just, trauma doesn't just happen to a singular ethnicity of people. Not even socioeconomic status makes a difference when it comes to trauma. It happens to anyone. So we scheduled meetings with them, gave presentations, and they were very relieved and said, yes, we see traumatic behaviors as well. We know that our kids, and they came on board. Seems easy. I'm sure there was a lot of work done generations before me to get us there. And so they got on board, and we got the great news that we received a 5-year, $9 million grant, the goal of addressing youth mental health awareness. And so that was Project Aware. So this is their last year. I haven't been a part of that particular project in a little over a year, but that's my heart work. That's the thing I lost sleep over while I was working. It's the stuff I lose sleep over now, because I'm like, did they ever find that universal screener that's specific to Indigenous students? I literally lose sleep over it. Luckily, I still have good connections there, and they give me just general updates every now and then. So it seems to be going well, and we were informed that through the school board, Mount Pleasant Public School Board, that the grant got renewed. Project Aware got renewed for another 5 years. So yay! So very excited for that. And so all of my identity, all of those things that were missing for so long brought me to that moment, brought our team to that moment, and for that, I am very, very thankful. And so that and I have a list. So it's a list. We're going to go through, because I was thinking we need educational contributions from the past. We need contributions, now. And so What I'd like everybody to know as far as educational contributions is that our ancestors, the Anishinaabeg people, had sophisticated methods of transmitting knowledge, skills, and cultural values within our communities pre-colonization. Education didn't start with the colonizer, it was already here. This was not a happy accident, it wasn't a lucky mistake, it was thoughtful and it was intentional. Our knowledge was passed on through ceremony and rites of passage. Have you heard the concept of oral tradition or storytelling? Thank Indigenous people for that. Much knowledge, history, and culture are passed down orally. Elders and tribal leaders would share stories, myths, and legends to younger generations. These narratives served a purpose. Our ancestors didn't just speak to hear the sounds of their own voices. Our ancestors were eloquent speakers and very interesting storytellers. The oral tradition is a key aspect in Indigenous education, has influenced modern practices such as storytelling in the classroom. Storytelling is used to convey complex concepts, cultural values, historical narratives, and humor. What about apprenticeship? Have you heard of apprenticeship? Thank Indigenous people for that. Skills and knowledge were often earned through apprenticeship. We didn't call it that, but somebody somewhere saw what was going on, slapped a label on it, and said, here's what I invented, which is often the case with our systems. They claimed it as their own. Young members of our communities learn from experienced individuals in fields such as hunting, gathering, agriculture, basket making, weaving, astronomy, harvesting medicines, performing ceremonies, and construction. This experiential learning allowed for the transfer of valuable skills and knowledge from one generation to the next. In contemporary education, experiential learning approaches such as project-based learning and field trips are widely adopted to enhance student engagement and understanding. Alternative education models. Some modern educational initiatives have been inspired by Indigenous education models, such as Montessori. Have you heard of Montessori? And nature schools, which prioritize experiential learning, individualized instruction, and a holistic approach to education. How about lifelong learning and community involvement? Have you heard of that? Again, thank you, Luke. You're an Indigenous person. Thank you for that. From the time our babies were born, they were exposed to the daily activities of our communities. Our tikanoggin, our cradle boards, were used to keep our babies swaddled, also an Indigenous concept, swaddling, close, comfortable, and safe with their families. They would be strapped to their mothers' backs or propped up against a tree where they could see and hear everything. Babies were embraced as members of their communities, encouraged to be present in almost all aspects of daily life. Indigenous education often involves the entire community with elders, parents, and knowledgeable individuals playing roles in the education of children. And today there's a growing emphasis on involving families, parent engagement, communities and students learning through parent-teacher associations, community partnerships, and mentorship programs. That all came from Indigenous ways of learning. Or the term holistic learning. We've heard that before too, right? Who can we thank for that? Indigenous people, yes! Indigenous education systems often emphasized holistic learning through our medicine wheel teachings. Indigenous systems of learning recognize that education should address the intellectual, emotional, physical, and spiritual aspects of a person and meet them where they are. Modern education systems have increasingly recognized the importance of holistic learning and have integrated social-emotional learning and differentiated education and character education into their curriculum. We're going to skip over a couple because I know my time is short and y'all are hungry. So then I got into this rabbit hole of things like, man, we have contributed to every kind of, every area. So then I kind of went down the rabbit hole of economic contributions because I know that means a lot to people these days, unfortunately, but it's there, it's a reality. Pre-colonization, there were trade networks established already and they were thriving. We established extensive trade networks that spanned large geographic areas. They allowed for the exchange of goods, food, tools, pottery, textiles, jewelry. The barter system. I know you've heard of the barter system, people who like to barter. Many indigenous societies use barter systems where goods were exchanged directly for other goods without the need for a common currency. Specialized productions. Indigenous societies often specialize in producing a certain good or resource that were highly sought after in trade. From the Great Lakes area, some of those things are fur and pelts, because we had an abundance of fur-bearing animals such as beaver, muskrat, mink, and otter. Copper. The Anishinaabe mine native copper, especially from the Lake Superior region. Y'all know that's like copper country, right? Isn't that what they call it? Copper County. These were crafted into tools, ornaments, and ceremonial objects. Wild rice, monomen. This was a staple food for the Anishinaabe and was harvested in the freshwater lakes of the region. Maple sugar and syrup. Another vital resource was a gift. And we have teachings about monomen and maple sugar, maple syrup. Fish. We shouldn't be surprised by that, right? We're surrounded by the Great Lakes. We had a bounty of fish like whitefish, sturgeon, and trout. Dried or smoked fish would often be traded. We had medicinal plants and herbs, crafted items, canoes, stone tools, clay pots, and vessels. And because we had all of those things, we had sophisticated trade hubs that were throughout the whole, what is now known as the United States. Not just locally, which equates to long-distance trade. And then we also had cultural exchanges with other tribes. So it's important to note the nature and extent of commerce varied wherever you're at in the United States. The Southwest is going to be a lot different, or the Northwest is going to be a lot different than the Great Lakes region. And so that gets me into the current. So that was the past. This is the current. These are the current. And I'm going to stop at 12:45? Yes, 12:45. So while all of that was going on, we are currently breaking barriers, and that's courageous. I know Luke told you about being the only one in his college classes. It's the same thing for me. It takes courage to step into places where we don't see ourselves, where these institutions were not created for us. Education systems were actually created to annihilate us. So it's with bravery and courage that we walk the halls of these institutions every day. So if you're doing that, congratulations, because that's a big deal. We're also making waves as far as political leadership is concerned. And so notable examples include Ben Nighthorse Campbell, who served as a U.S. Senator from Colorado. Currently, Deb Haaland, who is the first Native American woman to serve as U.S. Cabinet Secretary, and she was appointed the Secretary of the Interior. Brian Newland, one of our own, U.S. Assistant Secretary of the Interior and a citizen of Bay Mills Indian community. And then there's also Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, Penny Flanagan, who is White Earth Ojibwe. So we are showing up, and there's more. That's just a snapshot. Activism and advocacy. We have civil rights movement. I think, Willie, you talked about the American Indian movement. So we have Dennis Banks, Clyde Bellacourt, Russell Means, who are fighting alongside what is traditionally known as the civil rights movement in the United States. They were a part of that too, actively participating. We have environmental activists. Indigenous activists have been at the forefront of environmental movements, including the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline, Line 5, and Land Back. Those efforts are spearheaded by Indigenous people. In the realm of arts and culture, literature and writing, Indigenous authors like Louise Erdrich and Angeline Boley from the Sault Ste. Marie tribe have achieved critical acclaim and have won prestigious literary awards. Film and television, Indigenous actors and filmmakers like Tantu Cardinal, Lily Gladstone, Killers of the Flower Moon, it's coming, it's released on my birthday, Wes Studi, Graham Greene, Sterling Harjo, and Taika Waititi have broken into Hollywood and gained recognition for their work. Sports, Indigenous athletes such as Jim Thorpe, Billy Mills, Shoni Schimmel, Nota Begay, Jordan Tutu, and Carl Deaton III, who was a UFC fighter from Sault Ste. Marie Tribe Chippewa Indians. He lives right here in Mount Pleasant. He's fought in a couple of UFC fights. We're excelling there. Medical doctors. Many Indigenous doctors work to protect the health and well-being of our people, and they fight against the numerous health disparities faced by Indigenous people, like Dr. Frank Animikiwan, medical doctor from Little Traverse Bay Band, and he works in Petoskey in a family practice. Legal and judicial fields, legal representation. We have a lot of lawyers and advocates who work to protect our rights, our sovereignty, and have some prominent positions within the legal profession, such as Winona Single, Little Traverse Bay Band, Whitney Gravel, Bay Mills Indian Community, Elise McGowan Cuellar, Little Traverse Bay Band, Sharon Avery, Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe, and just newly, within the last couple of years, Brianna Colwell, who is also Sag Chip. They are all lawyers and working for our rights. We also have judicial appointments. For those of you that don't know, Judge Allie Greenleaf Maldonado, who is also Little Traverse, they must have a killer law program up there, because like all these lawyers and judges coming out of there, good for them. Little Traverse Bay Band recently appointed by Governor Gretchen Whitmer to the Michigan Court of Appeals. First Indigenous person ever appointed. So we're happy for her. We're making waves in literature. Joy Harjo, who is the U.S. Poet Laureate, and N. Scott Momaday, who won a Pulitzer Prize for his contributions. And so while we've made progress and really are breaking those glass ceilings, we have done so in spite of the systemic barriers that are in front of us. The systemic barriers just need to go away, because it's not stopping us. It's not slowing us down. We're coming through in waves. And we can't forget our visual artists, paintings and sculptures, like my mom, Faith Carmona Pigo, who's Saginaw Chippewa, Jason Quigno, Saginaw Chippewa, potters like Shirley Brocker, Little River Band, the late Shirley Brocker, Little River Band of Ottawa Indians. She was given an honorary doctorate from CMU in 2015 for her artistic contributions to the world. We have music. Who remembers Redbone? Come and Get Your Love. You ever see that video? That guy's like in his powwow regalia, he's jamming out. That's like the classic. Like our aunties and uncles were jamming to that. That's just one example of many. And then singing our powwow songs, our ceremonial songs. That is a crucial part of our way of life. And you heard Onion Creek earlier today, still carrying on those songs and that way of life. And my husband Nathan, who sings with Crazy Spirit, and his family, they're passing that down to the ones that are coming after them. Traditional dancing, if you've ever been to our powwow, my sisters Maya and Ileana are both champion jingle dress dancers, and they're passing that down to our daughters. And then the ballet dancer, Maria Tallchief, she's Osage. She was the first Indigenous prima ballerina. And then we have film and television. I mentioned, I didn't mention it. I did. Killers of the Flower Moon is coming with Lily Gladstone. Smoke Signals, directed by Chris Iyer. And do you remember the movie Prey? It was like the Predator offshoot, Prey. That the producer is Jane Myers, and she's Blackfeet and Comanche. And she was there helping them produce the movie. And then Reservation Dogs. If you have Hulu, watch it. It's hilarious. There's no code switching in there, so if you don't get it, you don't get it, but it'll help you understand why we're so hilarious. And then we have fashion and textiles. So we have Indigenous fashion designers who are just returning from New York Fashion Week and who have been to Paris. Jillian Waterman, she's Saginaw Chippewa. Jamie Okuma, Lauren Goodday have blended traditional elements and designs. We have models on the runway. Quanah Chasing Horse, she's now a Victoria's Secret Angel. She is a spokesperson for Chanel, Calvin Klein, Patagonia, and Savage X Fenty. She is killing it out there. And then textile arts like beading and weaving, Summer Peters, who is Saginaw Chippewa, and Adrian Day, who is one of our young relatives. They're killing it in the art world. So I inevitably forgot, unintentionally, folks. I'm like, man, I know some cool people. But this is just a snapshot of the past and current contributions of Indigenous people. So the message I leave with you today is we are not our pain stories. We are chefs, models, politicians, actors, poets, authors, drag queens, astronauts, musicians, land protectors, athletes, entrepreneurs, scholars, water protectors, fashion designers, journalists, teachers, birth workers, medicine people, Indigenous knowledge keepers, comedians, innovators. We are healing, we are surviving, and we are thriving. We are also revitalizing, and so much more. So learn about Indigenous brilliance and success as much as you learn about Indigenous suffering and trauma. And that was Len Pierre, who I just quoted there. So miigwech to all of you for sharing this time with me. Miyu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those inspiring words. How about another hand for Melissa? So we're running a few minutes behind. We were scheduled to have a break, I think, from 12:40 to 1. We're a few minutes behind, so why don't we reconvene at 1:10. We'll still give the same amount of break time, just a little bit later, give people a chance to go out and get something to eat. I will see you back here at 1:10. we were sitting. So it's with the day has gone absolutely amazing so far, and we are going to continue that trend. We're honored to bring up our next speaker, Nathan Isaac. He is a member of the, and I know I've asked him to pronounce this a couple of different times. I apologize if I don't get it right, but Amjanan, yes, First Nation in Ontario, Canada, and has a deep connection to his Anishinaabe heritage. He has been actively involved in Anishinaabe gatherings and ceremonies from a young age. Nathan is also part of the Crazy Spirit Powwow Singing Group, which is known for traveling extensively across Turtle Island to share their traditional Indigenous music. Up until January 2023, Nathan served the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe for an impressive 20 years as an Anishinaabe cultural teacher. This role involves teaching and preserving the Anishinaabe cultural traditions, history, and way of life to young learners at the Saginaw Chippewa Academy. In his current endeavors, Nathan has shifted his focus to his family and his business called Resonance Productions. Resonance Productions is an Indigenous-owned media company and content creator. He continues to use his skills and knowledge to create media content which promotes and preserves Indigenous culture, stories, and perspectives. Nathan is dedicated to preserving and sharing the rich cultural heritage of the Anishinaabe people, while also exploring opportunities to contribute to the Indigenous media landscape through Resonance Productions. Let's welcome Nathan Isaac.
Bonjour, Kanawaya, Nadamagas with Indigenous. Again, my English name is Nathan Isaac. My Anishinaabe name, Nadamagas with, actually means small helper, and that was a name given to me by my Nimishomis, my grandfather. And I just want to say thank you to Donna and the planning committee for inviting me here to share a little bit. They asked me to kind of introduce a little bit of celebration today. We've had a lot of great information, history, excellent speakers, and knowledge being shared with us today. And, you know, it's Indigenous Peoples Day. Sometimes it's tough to be Indigenous, but, you know, us Indigenous, we go through it, and we're surviving, we're thriving, and it was great to hear all of that today. So it's time to celebrate. So we got our drum back here. We're going to share with you guys a round dance. Now, when we hear that word round dance, it's kind of evolved into two different terms now. Round dance could mean a gathering all on its own. All by itself, it's a gathering. And it's a very sacred and kind of ceremonial gathering that takes place usually in the winter months. So we think about those months when the northern lights, when we can see them in the sky, the Wasanodeg. And we say that the northern lights are our ancestors coming back to visit us. They're so close back to this physical realm that we can see them in the form of the northern lights. So that's the time of year that we hold that gathering called a round dance. And usually that gathering begins when the sun sets. And we'll sing and we'll dance and we'll feast and just enjoy each other's company, and, you know, just be with each other all night. And we do that to remember our ancestors. They come back to visit us, so we want to celebrate with them while they're here, and we share stories of their time here. The songs that they left with us, we'll sing those songs, you know, throughout the night. It's a beautiful gathering. And if you ever have a chance to attend one of the round dances here in the Saginaw Chippewa community, I greatly encourage you to come. Everybody's welcome. It's just come respectfully, come sit, listen. If you want to dance, you can get up and dance, and, you know, partake in the food. And we welcome everybody into those ceremonies. And then we have the powwow round dance, right? So some of you might be familiar with powwows, and that's more of our big social gatherings. And, you know, we have the big drum like Onion Creek brought here today and sang that really awesome opening song. We have that round dance too. There's a round dance song that goes with that drum. And for me, it's really remarkable to think, like, you know, 1978, the Indian Religious Freedom Act, you know, we had to keep all this stuff kind of, hidden, because we weren't allowed to just sing our songs and do our dances and have our ceremonies. It was, we weren't protected. But until that, Indian Religious Freedom Act came, 1978, my spirit said, all right, Nathan, it's time to be born. I was born 1979, and I came in at a time where, we could do these things and, teach our young ones. And I'm really happy to say that some of those young gentlemen around the drum were some of my students, in my 20 years that I've taught. I had the chance to sit with some of them, share some of those teachings, some of the songs with them. Our speaker that we had up here earlier too, Kane from the seventh generation, he was one of my students too, one of my first ones. So it's really cool to see them, coming up and, putting the work in the community now, helping others, teaching the younger generations. That's really awesome. So we're going to sing a round dance song. And we're just going to celebrate this beautiful day. And those of you that want to participate and dance, we're going to gather up in the back of the room there. We have a space cleared out. I see the singers are getting their drums out. And the song I want to share, I know these guys are very song knowledgeable. I thought we'd sing a song that was kind of inspired by the round dance. Some time ago, there was a movement that kind of happened, and there were things happening just all across Canada and the U.S., and it was sparked by some incidents that happened in Adawapiskat, which is in Canada. And there was a female chief there that had some things happening in her community that she didn't agree with, a lot of things poisoning the water in her community, and she went on a hunger strike. And she was on that hunger strike for, I forget what it was, like 30 plus days, Chief Spence. And people all across Turtle Island, Canada and the US wanted to support and bring awareness to that. So singers took up their hand drums, and it was really cool. They would pack them in backpacks, hide them under their coats, and they would organize, through Facebook and social media. And they would pick places like sports events, shopping malls, and they would just bring their drums out, and they would start singing round dance songs in the middle of the mall, just out of nowhere. They called them flash mob round dances. And other people, supporters, would come, and they would pull out their signs, and they have things written in there about, supporting Chief Spence. And it became a movement called Idle No More. So every time an Idle No More gathering would take place in the shopping mall, those flash mob round dances, there was one song that they sang, and it kind of became known as the Idle No More song. So guys, I'm pretty sure you guys know the one. We'll sing that one today just to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day and to kind of reflect back on that moment. And these guys here, they were part of that movement too. They were at the shopping malls too with their drums and singing, and it was a really powerful time, for us as singers to actually lead those movements. So if you guys want to gather up in the back, those of you that know how to round dance, we could use your support back there. It's a really simple, easy, just a side step slowly around the circle. So we'll have the singers right in the middle, and we'll have everybody gather up around the singers. And if you would just want to stand around the outside and watch, you want to see the movement first before you join in, we're going to sing this song about, we call it 4 times through, 4 push-ups. If you want to watch for a moment and then join in with the group, that's fine too. All right, got to catch my breath now. As I'm sure our dancers do as well. So thank you for participating. Thank you for dancing. Again, thank you for the invitation to come here and share today. And I'm just going to go on my way and continue being Indigenous. So you'll see me around. Chimigwech, everybody. And meet you.
Do we stand? Yes. Okay, everybody please rise. We're going to end today's ceremony with another rendition from Onion Creek. So that concludes our 4th annual Indigenous Peoples Day celebration. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you to our honored speakers, and thank you to Onion Creek. And thank you to the committee who worked so hard to put this on. And we look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you. Have a great day.